Good afternoon, gamers. Give me 1 second here. There we go, I just turned the music up a little bit. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a very good afternoon, actually, because we do get to play the 1.3 beta for EU5, which has a whole bunch of fixes I've been personally looking forward to seeing, as well as some content, I guess. But mostly, I've been looking forward to the bug fixes. If you ask me personally, I've really been looking forward to those ones, and it seems, in particular, they did manage to fix the one, probably both of the major bugs that we saw in the Aztec playthrough. One is the non-existent tags starting a civil war, and then of course the civil war immediately ends, thus granting them independence. Allegedly, they fixed that. That's nice. And then, I'm just gonna assume that they fixed the problem with the, you know when you give a town the merchant rights or whatever, and you get like +5 maximum marketplaces? And then as it turns out, accidentally, oops, you can't make more of the other marketplaces. It's literally just the baseline marketplace, you can't upgrade them. Because they made it specifically level 1 marketplaces. Although I think they might have changed that. Maybe. I should probably double check that before I start, lying. Let's see. If we type in right, we should see that. They added more town rights. That's cool. I'm still kind of looking forward to the day that they change the way that these works, that they're not as expensive. But, I'm kind of just coping at this point. They might never change that. Let's see. Maybe they actually didn't do that with the marketplace rights, or actually, maybe there's a specific name for them. The market charter. Well, that's actually not the right name for it, is it? Usually it's the staple port. That's the one that that creates issues, because it increases the max level of the marketplace, but the marketplace is like, it was literally just the regular marketplace. So I figure hopefully they've changed that, but anyway. Sorry, we've been off to a little bit of a weird tangent start already to today's campaign, or today's stream. I want to say hello to Hachi and Simone Borio and Aureen VA, and everybody else who is chilling in the chat right now. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you confirm to me that the new beta gives the Piedmont Duchy something? Can you be more specific by giving the duchy something, the Piedmont Duchy? Like these guys over here? The County of Piedmont? Or do you mean, like, is there a formable that I'm missing here? Wait, you can form Sardinia? Huh. We might do that, actually. Maybe. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, to see if these guys got anything. Okay, I have no idea. Maybe they did. Well, it's not like this matters at this point. We're gonna go to our, world map. Well, we need to go to... Oops, I keep clicking the wrong button. Country change allowed. Okay, perfect. We can just take a look at some of the new things to start with, because Italy did get a lot. Those guys that are a vassal of Savoy. Okay. Yeah, these guys over here. Did they get anything? Or, like, specifically being them. Country bonuses. Yes, the country is or was Piedmont. You do get, wow, 5% discipline and 5% army morale right off the bat. That's pretty solid. You get the Piedmontese cavalry, another 10% morale and 0.1 tactics. Are these guys cracked? Why are they getting such good bonuses? Yeah, give them 15% army morale and 5% discipline in the first 2 ages. Okay. Land trade efficiency, diplo capacity, they have fort limit, fort construction efficiency. They kind of turned everything into efficiency, didn't they? All of the cost-cutting mechanics. We get max literacy plus 10 is really good. Monthly research progress. That's like... That kind of translates to like 20% monthly research progress. Tax efficiency, town and cities migration. So yeah, you actually do get stuff for the country itself, specifically. And then the Piedmontese culture also gets things. So it seems like they've been adding a lot to Italy. Of course, today we're playing Genoa. And the reason we're playing Genoa is because I've already played in Italy relatively recently. That was back in, I want to say February, but maybe that's too far back. I don't quite remember. But I already played Italy, formed Italy before 1444, I think, or maybe conquered Italy before 1444. I don't remember. But I already did the whole let's just own Italy really quickly and play as Italy thing. I kind of want to play as a merchant republic and say, Italy, we don't really care that much. What we're interested in is that cold hard cash. We're looking to make some shmoney here. Now I have no idea how I'm going to do that, because I have not played as a merchant republic before. Well, that's not quite true. I did play as Oman, and they have some really good trade bonuses, but that was during a patch when trade was kind of unbalanced, so I don't know if that's going to work today. If I can use the same strats. But anyway, yeah, we're just going to make a whole bunch of money, probably, and then who knows after that. That's the main goal. But I'm not entirely sure what we got in terms of new things. I know we got a bunch of events for Genoa as well. I don't know if they're new or what have you, but a bunch of events. We have some interesting government reforms. We have a new building type as well. Galata is it's actually very interesting that this is a building type, because I think it's the one specific place. I think Galata's like right here. Or it's over here or something. Like it's it's one specific location. I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. Yeah, a trade district of the state of Genoa, as long... Oh, typo? Typo in my grand strategy game? Literally unplayable, uninstalling right now. As long as this neighborhood exists, the Genoese merchants will have significant influence in the affairs of Constantinople. So we do get a little bit of trade capacity. I assume that's sitting in Constantinople right now. But yeah, we get a couple of things as Genoa. This should be interesting. It's kind of a toss-up between Venice and Genoa, but I think they have relatively similar content. Maybe Venice has a little bit more. They do have 21 bonuses, and we get 13. Oh well. Close the Bosporus. Do not close the Bosporus. I need that. Look at the Gelson Ghibellines. Does it make it any more interesting? I think they kind of turned it on its head. Unless I'm thinking of the... No, sorry. I'm thinking of the Italian Wars that are very, very different. I think this is also different, but we have to wait a month for that to actually have an effect. We have a bunch of other new things. We have a research bar here. The UI could perhaps use a touch-up graphically speaking, but I do like the layout. I mean, it makes sense. They want to change things around with the layout, and then when they're happy with it, maybe they'll, you know, add a few, I don't know, curves around these edges, let's say. Because the bar does look slightly out of place, but that's okay. We have these new unique advances to let you know what you may have missed in here. I would like to see... Well, maybe there are more here, actually. But I would like to see not just stuff that you get for being Genoa, per se, but also stuff that you get for, like, being Italy or your culture, you know. I would like all the unique things to pop up here. If that's something we could do, that would be nice. What else do we have? We have a new credit system. I have no idea how this works, but we can issue government bonds. I don't really know how this works. My Econ 101 course did not prepare me for this one. This might have been Econ 1002. Maybe. So I'm pretty sure government bonds are basically you lend out money to somebody, they buy the bond, right? They collect interest on the bond. No, wait. How does that work? Because they buy the bond, which is like you taking a loan out from them, kind of, because they're lending you money. Isn't that what a bond is? You're sort of like purchasing a part of the government debt. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, apparently if we do not pay our loans very well, if we renege on our debt, then our credit worthiness is probably gonna drop. Will you please become a monarchy as Genoa? That's heresy. I think we'll only become a monarchy if, see, we have like the Doge here. There are two major families in Genoa at this time, I think. So we have the Spinola, but we're also a dual, yeah, we're a diarchic republic. So we have two people that are kind of in charge. So we have members of the Spinola and the Doria families, and if one of them dominates well enough, then maybe we could become a monarchy. Possibly. They buy bonds, but you have to buy it back at some point. All you have to do is destroy the bank. There's no loan if the bank is gone. I wonder if there are any consequences to just selling a bunch of government bonds and then being like, actually, we're gonna remove the entire central bank. I wonder if there's like actual, like, do the people have confidence in the bank or not? Is that a thing they care about? Because I assume the credit worthiness is mostly your own interest. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, we could, I think we can offer loans to people. That's probably what the bond is, if I had to guess. But nobody needs a loan. Tragic. Or rather, no, that's not what that is. That's not how the bond works. I'm starting to realize I actually have no idea how bonds work. I'll figure it out, probably. As for what we want to do right now, I'm thinking we're gonna try and take over Finale here. Own the stuff along the coastline. And then after that, because the HRE is kind of... Well, I mean, it is a mess, but it's more so... They do not like it when you expand. So we're gonna have to maybe not take too much stuff in Italy. Maybe. What else is going on in the HRE? They did change things. We have these new circles, the Imperial Circles, which there are none at the start of the game, it seems. But they will be relevant, probably. I think it would be cool to remain in the HRE and maybe become like the Italian Circle. That would be interesting. Vote in Italy as a bloc. And then when the Italian Wars come, of course, we should be our own bloc as well. By the way, you have some colonies in near Chimera and on the island of Chimera. On the island of Chimera. I don't even know where that is. I know we have colonies over here in Sardinia. Little trade outposts. We do own all of Corsica as well. And then we have... I assume we have our little thing in here? Probably. Unless it's in here. It is not in here. No, we do have Galata. I just have no idea where it is in this list. Well, supposedly it does exist, and Galata is giving us a little bit of trade power. That's cool. Trade capacity, trade power. We're going to turn on auto trade, of course. Credit management. Automatically repays loans and redeems government bonds when gold reserves allow, and sells government bonds or takes estate loans to cover monthly deficits. Okay, what does this say? Government bond is a form of long-term debt issued by a country. Unlike an estate loan, a bond has no expiry date and is never repaid automatically. The country receives gold upfront and pays a monthly bond interest indefinitely until choosing to redeem the bond by paying back the face value. Okay. So, unlike an estate loan, because it has no expiry date, does it have compounding interest? Unlike estate loan interest, this cost is a drain on the treasury with no recipient. It represents the ongoing cost of sovereign debt. He meant Crimea. Oh, gotcha. Right, yeah. We do have the stuff over here in Crimea. I thought Chimera was like an island or something. I would not be surprised if there's some island in the middle of the Aegean Sea that's called Chimera. In finance, a bond is a type of security under which the issuer, the debtor, owes the creditor a debt and is obliged to provide cash flow to the creditor, which usually consists of repaying the principal of the bond at the maturity date as well as the interest over a specified amount of time. Okay, but in this case, it's not over a specified period of time. It is an indefinite ongoing debt. So presumably it is non-compounding, where I take out the loan and I simply continue to just pay the principal on it indefinitely, and the value never changes. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand it a little bit. So it might actually end up being... Yeah, because the bond interest is 5%. So we would prefer to sell off government bonds. We'd prefer to issue a government bond, because the interest is less and it's non-compounding. Okay. Does this mean that inflation is good now? That's a good question. A little bit of inflation has always been a decent idea, because if you increase inflation slightly, then you can get that good parliament issue to fix it. But in this case, I mean, maybe? Because if you print a bunch of money to pay off the... maybe. I don't think so, necessarily. Watch out for the stockpile creating too much effective supply. It can crater the price of all goods to the floor eventually. Oh yeah, they made changes to the whole price system, didn't they? They changed a whole bunch of things. It's gonna take a lot of getting used to. To start off with, though, we should probably rival somebody who's kind of threatening. But who? Let's see. Let's start with our intentions. Do we care about the stuff in the east? What does this actually do for us? We have fondacos. I don't know what this actually is, but it does give us a little bit of trade capacity and advantage. Okay, so presumably we want to build more of these. We have to give fondaco rights. Okay. So you're my subject and you're not giving me these rights. Request fondaco rights. Allows us to construct fondacos. Giving us increased trade advantage in their markets in exchange for a monthly fee. Okay, so presumably we want to keep these trade colonies. I guess we'll have to see how much trade income we're making, but presumably we want to keep these and we want to expand them so we can have more trade maybe. Perhaps. But we don't want to keep ourselves vulnerable back home. So, in terms of rivals, probably not a good idea to go after the Golden Horde. I think it makes more sense for us to go after Milan and just take like a little sliver along this area maybe. I think that's reasonable. And then we should try to be friends with Verona, I think. Would you like to be my ally? No, you do not. Okay. Well, we're gonna try to be friends anyway, I think. Other rivals, we might go with, I don't know, Naples maybe? I don't know if I want to get on Naples' bad side. They are fairly strong. Why are you stronger than Castile and England? We are not. We are no match for them. We are cooked. Maybe we mess with Tunis a little bit. I could see that being useful. We're gonna rival Tunis. They are considered a threat, so we'll take that. Alright, we will do, I guess, force conversion. I don't think it matters too much for us. And then, new cabinet actions. Actually, do we have new actions? I don't think so. But what we want to do is strengthen the government and get stability up for the time being. And then we definitely want people who are in the crown state to be in charge. Also for the army, we want the ruler in charge. Maybe should be in charge of the navy. Yeah, we are hard pushing land right now. Alright, let's not do that. Should be in charge of that. We're still pushing land, which I don't like, but I guess we'll take it. Here's an idea. We go to the estates. Patricians, you don't have that much power. Would you like to have noble navy? I think you should have noble navy. I think that's a good idea. Next. What else do we do to fix this? We need to build a larger navy, that's what we do. Because we have one galley. Riveting. Now, I'm pretty sure we have a unique ability as Genoa to swap galleys to light ships or something. Like we can upgrade them maybe? I don't know where that is. Maybe I hallucinated that. I swear that's somewhere. Hold on. Let me save and then let me check the country bonuses. Let's see. I'm pretty sure that's somewhere. Genoese galleys. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is an Age 3. The New Republic can convert galleys to light ships. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Should I make a historical subject on that island above Sardinia? Well, the problem with making a historical subject in these areas is that I actually will eventually get some decent proximity here. So I would kind of be shooting myself in the foot a little bit. Because our first step is going to be making a bunch of ships, I think. Because, yeah, they changed the cost of expanding RGOs. It is rather expensive at the moment. The base cost of 100. And then modified by the market price and the cost of creating it. So everything is kind of more expensive to actually produce now. Apparently economic growth is a lot slower, which, you know, we'll take that actually. I'm just hoping that everything feels correct. Speaking of which, we're just gonna do this. Bring that down to 45, that goes to 50, that can go to 45 probably. And let's unpause. Let me just see if I can get a feel for building stuff. Did they just add this? I think they did just add this. maybe. Current urban rights. That's interesting. Is this a macro builder? How do they macro builder this? Do I click on like here and then I'm confused. Current urban rights, but applicable to what? Applied to what right now? Just the capital? Trying to figure out what this menu is here for. Grant urban rights, mining charter. Oh, it is a macro builder. Okay, I'm stupid. Never mind. Okay, I like that there's a macro builder for this. I think the next step is to not make it cost 5 whole legitimacy / Republican tradition. I think that would be cool. Anyway, we're gonna maybe not fully crank that up. We'll make it like 0.2 or something. We'll increase a little bit of inflation. That should be good. Okay, so things are going to be more expensive in this game. We have to be a little more choosy with what we're going to build. Not that market. So, if we take a look at our silk here...
Please check on your vassal in Crimea.
Thank you, Andy the Hermit, for the $5 super chat. What am I checking on in terms of my vassal? I mean, there's definitely a vassal. It does exist. It definitely is. Seems to be doing okay. I don't know. Makes a good bit of money. It is Ligurian. Just to check if they're making me money. I actually don't know if they're making me money. Sure, they're transferring me some money. And they do appear to be making themselves some money. But I don't know how much money I'm making off of that. Let me go to, first of all, we're going to swap this to infrastructure, then most profitable. And then we do want to check on our markets in Zena. What an interesting name. Why is it called Zena? Is that the actual name of Genoa, I guess? Might need to wait a month? Yeah, we do. But I'm just interested to see how much trade power we have in Kaffa. So we get 1 trade capacity. That kind of makes sense. Can I build more trade buildings? Yes. We are allowed to. The game is not showing me because they're not owned locations. Okay. So yeah, we could build a few more here. I don't know how profitable that's going to be. Like, what's my return on investment here? I don't know. Should make a vassal on the islands near Anatolia. I'm not sure that I have these yet. Well, I have this. I have this as a little guy, little location, which I can't do much with. I think I should make a vassal here, probably. A little trade colony, because otherwise that's going to revolt from me, and I don't want that. So, actually, are you going to revolt? Oh yeah, you hate me. That makes sense. You know what? Fair. That's completely fair. Extraterritorial subject. Hold on, did they change these? Nope, never mind. Okay. Can I make one anywhere? No, I'm assuming this is for trade companies, probably. I don't think I've ever made a trade company in this game. I heard that they were a little bit broken, and I don't know, never really looked into it. Okay, nothing historic here. I guess we will create a little vassal. Yeah, you can be in charge, I guess. Or banks, true. We do need to make a central bank at some point. And then you can be in charge of this one. Because they're vassals, in theory, you guys are not going to be as upset anymore, right? Yes, because your primary culture is Pontic and you are Orthodox, so you should be happy. I think. Oh yeah, Aragon being a rival would make sense. I think we should take Arborea. Probably. Ooh, that's interesting. A claim CB? Like an entire claim CB just for free? In my EU5? EU4 style claim CB? Give it a second, it's the first month. Okay. So we might be making a little more money than I had expected. Damn. Okay, what do we do with this information? That is a lot of trade income. I feel like that's going to be the early game spike, though. That's probably not going to last. So we should not invest that in things that don't matter. We should probably build up the silk here. And then, well, what are we making big bucks on? What are we really trading here? We're trading cloth to Paris. So, maybe the idea here is that we're going to compete with the Flemish or their cloth industry. The Flemish and the Dutch and the Walloons, I guess. They don't actually do that much of the cloth trade, but could vassalize Arborea instead? That is true. I could do that. Do you have the silver here, or is that... No, the silver's down here. Right. Okay, so we could probably create a subject here, and then conquer it and give the stuff over here to it. But this subject would kind of suck as a subject. It's 3 rural locations, so I'll probably just invade these guys. Did they add a fabricate claim CB? I mean, apparently, seemingly they did, but I don't know if that's just because we're in Italy. They might have actually just added a real claim CB, but it might follow the same rules as EU4 claim CBs, where you have to border them. But that does make your life significantly easier. Although, over here in Finale, we actually cannot get claims on them. Why is it green if you aren't stronger than Castile and England? Even in EU4, they figured out if you're weaker, their numbers should be red. Oh, these numbers here? This is opinion. This is the strength comparison. The green bar is our strength, the red bar is their strength. The red bar is larger. Maybe because of Finale... Oh, is Finale a vassal? No, you're not a vassal. Wait a minute. Maybe you don't get claim CBs in the HRE. That would be reasonable, actually. Maybe. Anyway, can I actually land people in Arborea? I do have 700 professional troops. And we can move all of them, so yeah, I guess we could. Alright, let's go ahead and do that then. Anything else I want to do here? Clergy. You guys are kind of fine. What do we have? This is alright. Trade capacity, cabinet, trait impact. Crown power from cabinet position, plutocracy, stability, decay. Okay. Alright, well let's keep playing and see what happens to our trade income.
Money's not even real, actually.
I'd if you take challenges, but I have one if you're interested. Make a trade empire in Indonesia and become the Lord of Spices.
I mean, it would be interesting to take a look and see if global trade has been changed well enough that we have sufficient demand for spices in Europe as time goes on, and then we can actually make that profitable. That would be cool. We'll see, though. Are you in the HRE right now? Yeah, we do start in the HRE as Genoa, as much of Italy does. And who knows whether or not Italy's going to stay in the HRE, but if we do, I plan to be the one sort of representing Italy as the Imperial Circle. Speaking of politics, the Guelphs and Ghibellines fighting for dominance over Italy, of course. So whether or not we support the Pope or the HR Emperor is the question. So the Ghibellines are the Imperial Loyalists, and the Guelphs support Papal authority. Which one do we care about more? I don't know. I can actually leave that up to a chat vote if you want. This is kind of different. Let's give this a month to actually register. You're closer to the HRE. I would suggest HRE. Okay. First chat vote is in.
Please colonize Mexico to combine the cuisines.
Thank you, the Watcher, for the 21 months in the levy. I don't know, we could try to make our way over to Mexico, or maybe Texas. Maybe get some spaghetti westerns going. Oh, we're actually already part of the Ghibellines. What do you know? So in the north, we're interested in the Holy Roman Empire. That kind of makes sense. And then in the south, they're more for papal authority. So what do we actually do here? We can leave the Ghibellines. We're actually the leader of the Ghibellines, I think. Perhaps we do not have much of a choice in this. Okay, so how do we get more progress? Through fraction of the total tax base of all members. So we need to convince people that they should join the Ghibellines. By force. Or by being chill, maybe. Okay, so they won't accept because I actually don't know why. You favor the other side or something? Do you have a trait? I don't think so. Okay, so how do I get you to join the Ghibellines? How do I force you onto my side? Do I have to go to war? Is that like the only way I can do this? Force into faction? Maybe. Yeah, you can force change with war. I was kind of hoping that maybe we wouldn't have to, but Maybe we don't really have much of a choice here. Okay. Well, we're probably gonna conquer the guys around us anyway. As soon as I get my parliament issue. The other things we can do are requesting aid. If we are at war, okay. We can sanction the papacy. Petition for imperial support. Ask the HR Emperor, okay. Which is currently Upper Bavaria, and you're gonna die when? You are 55. Who's getting voted in? Austria? Okay, maybe we'll be friends with Austria, but we'll hold off on that for now. So if we sanction the papacy, then the Guelphs all get reduced merchant maintenance efficiency and reduced selling efficiency, and we don't have to pay as much the tithe. Papal states then don't like us? That's crazy. That's crazy. Still improve relations with the Pope, but that's crazy. Is the goal to stay or leave the HRE? The goal is to, who knows? It could be to stay for the time being until eventually we're powerful enough to leave. That could be it. I think I would like to do this. Maritime presence, maybe. Okay, we can choose to align ourselves now. That makes sense. We'll align with the Holy Roman Emperor for now. It's Genoa. The goal is money. True. I have a feeling this trade is going to drop off very quickly. 100 Years' War, of course. Ooh, we actually don't have enough cloth. Maybe what I should focus on is building more marketplaces, because let's just take a look here. We have 11 trade capacity for 16 ducats. So each one trade capacity gives more than 1 ducat. Building a marketplace costs us 32, which is quite cheap. And it's going to give us plus 1 trade capacity each. So this is going to give us over a ducat, in theory, for building 1 marketplace, which is a pretty cheap cost. So it might be the most cost-effective to just build a bunch of marketplaces. Instead of expanding our production, because silk, sure, it does give us 4.32 tax base per level, but I think the actual income we get from that is like 1 ducat, and it costs us 136 to actually construct. But yeah, cloth is apparently a major problem for us. We'll just fix that. Ooh. 5 prestige is... yeah, we'll just take the prestige hit. It does not matter that much. It seems we're getting a lot of prestige, though. That makes sense. Okay. Ooh. Enemies and rivals that are a threat give you additional prestige. I feel like that's new. Reasonable amounts of prestige in my EU5? No way. Not possible. I think we also eventually get some decent events. Oh shoot, I might be stupid. This might also do something that I didn't realize. Wait a minute. So we have an event for the reconquest of the Eastern Aegean. But we need this variable. Gen has Maona event. Okay, so I think this might flip a hidden variable, which I was not aware of, which might lead to this. And if we do that, and we take this, then we get cores, and we get to own things. So actually, maybe that was a really bad idea. Maybe I should not have clicked the bottom option on that. Okay, hold on. How are you supposed to know that, though? Ah, shoot. It's September. Months have gone by, but it's not a huge deal. Okay, so it turns out I think we need to take the top option in that event. Maybe I should have known that. But I don't know how I would have. We'll just keep that in mind. We'll speedrun the last few months. Probably it's the event to steal provinces from Byzantium. Well, that definitely is the event, but it needs the flag for it. If you play Byzantium, you would know it? Okay, hold on. We'll just... I'm pretty sure it has to do with our first event here. Yeah, we'll build the marketplaces, sure. Instead of building ships. Yeah, we have that. That's cool. Wow, you died immediately. That's fantastic. Okay. Holy Roman Emperor, sure. So, when we do get that event, the Maona of Chios and Phocaea. That's cool. So, I feel like this event here, this flag, has to do with us taking the top option. Sorry, not this one. So this is the event here. This is the event that I think requires us to take the top option on this event. Maybe. Because this talks about the Maona of Chios and Phocaea. And if we do not grant them funds and rights, then presumably we can't take this event. I'm assuming. I mean, we can save and just see what happens. So if we actually pay them to help them out, does this flip the flag in the script? It does flip the flag in the script. Okay, so yeah, turns out you actually do need to pay them to get that variable, and then you can actually take those islands. Never would have known that. Okay, so previous Doge he's dead. This Jover. And we need to pick a new guy. I do like the second from last guy so far. Your average stat is like 64 or 65 or something. Your average stat is way lower. Your average stat is lower. Your average stat is higher, and yours is also higher, but not the same as this guy's. We're gonna go with this guy, actually. And then the co-ruler, of course, we also need to elect. I don't really know what a co-ruler does. Isn't the entire point of the co-ruler system such that we have one person from each family? Yeah, members of the Spinola and Doria families will each hold office. So we just elected a Doria, we should get a Spinola in charge as co-ruler, right? It's kind of the spirit of things. Alright, you get invaded by Venice, don't you? That's kind of cooked. I ended up not building the spy network here yet. We should do that. And then we should also Let's see who I can force into my faction. Can I force you into my faction? We could. There are a lot of countries that actually aren't in any faction. Wonder if I can just invite you. Nobody seems very interested in joining the faction. Not even the bank. Okay, so it seems like inviting people diplomatically is not really an option anymore. Maybe. They need to either be the Emperor or they need to be in Italy. Wait, who are you? Hold on, is there nobody I can invite? What about you? Why won't you join? Because you're in the Guelphs? Oh, I didn't even realize. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Okay, so I think we're gonna have to just do it by war. I don't think inviting people is gonna work unless we become particularly powerful. And we are pretty strong, but I just don't think it's gonna work like that. So, let's see who... if we force into faction, we could still conquer stuff. Fascinating. I mean, that is one way to bring them into the faction, right? Seems very reasonable to me. So, perhaps we should go to war with you. Bring you into the faction. Maybe. Did I sanction the papacy? I guess not in this campaign yet. Not in this save load. Okay, so you two are kind of chill with me. These guys are not chill with me. We should try to be friends with... Well, Verona's kind of cooked. We did rival Milan. I feel a little bit stupid. If you just do a conquest and annex them, it's like bringing them into the faction, right? Kind of. It's close enough. Does anybody want to be friends? At all? Even slightly? Any alliances? Ferrara would. You know what, actually? That would be kind of funny, and I'm kind of down for that. Because maybe we can invite them to our faction. Maybe not, I don't know, but... I was thinking maybe. That is definitely one of the sounds of all time. New outbreak, we love that. Apparently the plagues are more aggressive these days. Oh dear God. Oh no. Oh no. So I think we're off to a good start. Here we go. Reconquest of the Eastern Aegean. Byzantium permanently hates us pretty much. That's crazy. Yoink. Okay, so I get cores on this stuff. Interesting. Am I going to lose these immediately? No. Interesting. But even though I have cores, these people do not like me. So, we'll see about that. New World death rates are actually a historical 85 to 90% now. It's cooked. And this guy's already dead. Lovely. Okay, trade income is down as I expected. That does make sense. It should still be profitable to build these marketplaces, except we have no cloth. We have no cloth. How do I have cloth? Is it really that bad? Yes, it really is that bad. We produce approximately 0 cloth in this place. Well, that's not true. We just make... or we use too much of it. We use too much of it because we're making too much fine cloth. Okay, that kind of makes sense. So, what if we don't want to make fine cloth? Oh no, we're making fine cloth from silk. Man, the thing is, we could make cloth, but it's just not as profitable. Like, we do need it, but it doesn't make as much money. I don't know. Perhaps we, maybe we build a tannery in the capital. Maybe. Oh boy, is that another wave of smallpox or something? No, I don't think so. But yeah, we have already lost 51,000 people. That is really neat. That is really good. Are we importing the cloth from another market where it's cheaper? We may or may not be. We may or may not be because we're mostly just importing stuff that is actually profitable. Or I think we're more so exporting things. We're exporting cloth to Paris, importing silver and sugar. We're importing cloth from Tunis. Interesting. We seem to be doing a lot of trade with Tunis and Paris, so if we can, getting more business opportunities would be great. If we could build trade offices. Improve relations with Paris. I think we actually hate Tunis and they hate us, which is reasonable. So maybe at some point we will declare war and take their stuff. We try to conquer the tribes near your subject in Crimea. Maybe. If it actually is worth it. If there's a good business case, maybe. Now, hold on, why are you guys upset? Oh, because in this... right. When I basically restarted this run, I didn't make those subjects yet. Subject here. Subject. You can be in charge of that. And then we actually can't release a subject here because these are our cores, and I don't know how to feel about that. Because we have cores on an area that absolutely despises us. We get no control because of Vignoso's garrison. Who the hell is Vignoso? Genoese expeditionary force under Simone Vignoso has established a garrison here. The Greek population resents their presence. That's very reasonable. Can we not revoke the cores? I don't think so. Wish there were a button which says forcibly import goods to build this building even if it costs money and don't let other people use it. There sort of kind of is, but not really. I mean, you can tell your markets to forcibly import stuff. Is it a land trait? It might be. That's kind of disappointing. But anyway, you can tell them to import stuff. And specifically, if it's a location that is the market center, then it will be the first to use it. I think. Actually, what do we even have in here? Fish and wine. This is a very small state. Only 3 locations. And only the silk is good. Your nobles have noble navy. They do, I think? Yeah. Kind of hard for us to actually be able to get a decent sized navy. Interesting. Mandatory clerical donations. Tax efficiency. Anyway. I should be taxing you more. There we go. I just see warrior monks for the clergy? Maybe. I mean, we have military orders. Allows warrior monks training grounds. Huh? This has to be an Eastern religion thing, right? Yeah, okay. Building requirements. The religion is Eastern Buddhism, Sanjiao, or Shinto. Okay. That makes more sense. I was gonna say, that would be a little bit unusual, maybe. I think. Another outbreak! Let's go! How do we have so many of these? The game's barely started. Okay, it's not very big. Here, let's actually pick up stuff. Wrong one. We have anything over here? I think we picked everything up. We get galley barracks. Ooh. Okay, now you've piqued my interest. We can pick this up. We would like to pick up probably this and then construction speed. Can we get an Italian mustache? Maybe. This is the closest you're gonna get. What are the campaign goals? To make a whole lot of money. Basically, oh my god, what is happening? Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Goal is to make money. big trade empire, stay in the HRE for now, become important in the HRE in Italy. We're going to represent the Italian circle. After that, fight the Italian wars, come out on top, hopefully. And then maybe at that point form Italy? I don't know. Genoese Merchant Republic. So what does this do? Oh, okay, hold on. Ever since... How do I actually pronounce that? Is it Guglielmo or Guglielmo? Guglielmo. I don't know. I'm gonna go with Guglielmo Boccanegra's coup d'etat in 1257. The state of Genoa has a Capitano del Popolo as the head of state. Over time, this office has been split in a diarchy republic, with the families of Spinola and Doria equally ruling over the country. However, the Capitano del Popolo has always been a controversial position, as many Genoese see the current government as an autocracy. By public acclaim in 1339, the rule of the diarchy may finally find its end. The mustache is too French. My apologies. You'll have to give me some source material on what a Italian mustache looks like. Should keep the system? Maybe. What does this do for us? Reduces the speed of integration, which quickly gets outpaced by modifiers. Okay, so foreign buildings.
Take off that moustache. God, it is hideous. Also,
What?
Need more iced coffee. Darn ran out of things to say. Need more filler. So how is the weather?
If Jack can find me a decent Italian mustache PNG, then I will use that. For now, this mustache stays. Sorry, chat, but the mustache stays on during the stream. Also, the weather is kind of terrible today. Like, it's really hot out, I think. I'm pretty sure. What even is... It's like 30 degrees. Hell no. That's hot as hell. I will pay for you to remove it. Well, you did pay the $5. It'll leave for the next 20 minutes. Okay, so... People keep saying, please keep the system. Why do I want to keep the system? Like, you're just saying you should keep it. Convince me to keep it. Because right now, I'm not very interested in keeping it. In fact, if we have the fall of Constantinople, and we have a merchant republic government form, then we can demand free access from the Ottomans. It just gives more crown power from family and cabinet. If there's something in here, look, so much of my flavor is locked behind having a merchant republic. It's either keep the diarchy, or actually get my Genoese flavor events. Like, literally everything is is leaning towards, I need to be a merchant republic. I'm looking at all of these, and it's like, yeah, if you're not a merchant republic, you're basically not even playing Genoa at this point. Like, you lose so many of your flavor events. I think we're going to become a merchant republic. I think it's very important for playing Genoa. Start a poll? This one's a little too important for a poll, I think. Okay, I do need to be in charge of the Navy. And might swap you out for this guy. Just because he is a crown member. Please remove Venice from the map. I'm working on it. Okay, so what is happening in France? Why is France so cooked? I think it is because a lot of their vassals are leaning towards England. I'm not really sure why that is, but okay. Alright, we can get actual claims here. Nice. So why am I allowed to make claims here? I don't know. I'll just take it. Okay, so trade income had that initial spike, and now it is over. That makes sense. So, I think... Alright, so we could make tanneries, which would be more profitable. But in terms of the number of buildings we can have in this city, I think it would be important to try and stack the tailors' guilds, because we do have a comparative advantage for producing fine cloth. And that advantage comes from the fact that we do have silk in the capital. We may actually want to swap this out. I'm not sure if I like this urban right. Because the burger's trade capacity plus 25% sounds like a good modifier until you realize that we're already at like 925% increase. Like every single time we press this button, we're getting an extra 100% burger's trade capacity. So, that's not that big. The peasant enfranchisement. Do I care about that? Not particularly, if I'm being honest. Although, the commoners should be allowed to have something. The commoners can... They can get access to royal and ecclesiastical courts. That's what you can have. Can you give her the silk monopoly? That's a good question. The silk monopoly is a uniquely Constantinople thing, isn't it? I'm not sure if we can. Right now, what we're allowed to give it would be free town charter, which increases the trade capacity by 20%. That actually is useful. It also improves prosperity. It wouldn't be bad to make it a staple port either, because that would improve the harbor capacity. Okay, that's cool, I guess. Marketplaces, harbor capacity, maritime presence. We already have the market access in here. It is the market capital, so we don't really need this here. I think it would be best to... Well, this isn't bad either, actually. Increasing the garrison size in the fort defense. I do kind of like this a lot. I think we'll go with the staple port. It seems we can just assign 2 things to this, which is cool, I guess. Can we assign more? Is it infinite now? No, we can only have a maximum of 2. Because it's a city location. Sure. Okay, so towns get 1, cities get 2, and metropolises get 3, I assume? I don't know, it doesn't really say. So we have more urban rights. I'm not sure if I like these ones. I might actually revoke this. So I don't like the production efficiency decrease just to get more enfranchisement. Unless there's something specific, let's always check events. Is there something about having the capital with the town rights? I don't think so. Okay, I don't think so. So I think, while it is still early in the game, we're going to get rid of these, because I don't really like this. So we're going to do that. Then maybe we just don't touch this for a while until eventually we do get the silk privileges, which we're going to pick up in the Age of Renaissance. I think it's the town rights, right? Oh, maybe not. What am I thinking of? Maybe it's in here. Possible urban rights. Sure, but what about the types? I'm trying to remember where that is. Here we go. Borough privileges. So that... Wow, that's a lot of these, actually. Masonry rights? Ooh, interesting. This mechanic would be so interesting if it didn't cost you an arm and a leg in mid-game. But yeah, textile rights, that would be kind of cool for the fine cloth output. How about granary? Does that increase population? Granary would decrease the food decay, increase the food capacity. In a sense, it would increase the population, yeah. The larger the food storage is, the faster your pop growth. But I'm thinking maybe we put like the granary in here because the city is going to be too important. So we might urbanize this fish location and then turn this into a granary town. Maybe that makes more sense. Because, you know, we could also pick up... Oh, maybe you can't. If we have staple port, then we cannot get market charter. That makes sense. Staple port, actually, it changes a lot. Interesting, okay. I actually do kind of like the fortress town too, I'm not gonna lie. The fort defense does seem pretty useful. And it gives manpower. You know what? I'm gonna take the fortress town for now, maybe. Maybe. No, I lied. We'll take that later. You need somebody in charge of something. You're in charge of the Navy. We have another crown guy? No, okay. That's fine. For some reason my escape hotkey doesn't work on this. I don't know why that is. That's kind of odd. Anyway, capital, we do want to keep on building, so we're going to focus on the Taylor's Rights for now. I think it would also do well for us to go over here. Actually recover in the capital after that plague. That was pretty bad. Don't think we need this anymore. Wow, only one character to marry. Well, alright, I guess. Ferrara, my friend, would you like to join the Ghibellines at some point? I didn't think so. Okay. Now, you can go back to whatever you were doing. And what do we have here? Irrigation projects. Oh, I just realized, we no longer have to hover over things to figure out what they do. That's nice. I don't have to, like, hover over this to find out that it's going to give me reduced costs for things. That's neat. Oh, and that actually kind of tells you where you are and what you're taking towards, and has, like, the nice little icons. Okay, that's cool. I guess we want the trade income for now. Because everything else we're just going to be conquering real quick. Hold on. We need a diplomat for that. That makes sense. Let's crank up this spending a little more. Okay, so we don't actually need to use the parliament for CBs. I don't think. We can either force into faction, which does make it more expensive. Well, I guess it depends. Okay, chat, what do you think? Should we play nice and lead the Ghibellines to victory before invading any members of the Ghibellines? Or do we just say screw it and do whatever we want? Because obviously, we're going to invade these guys that are part of the Guelphs. We're going to take them over. But at some point, we also want to connect our land up here. But these guys are part of the Ghibellines. So if we want to use the parliament for the CB here, we could do that. Guelphs first. Do what we want. Whatever's most optimal for burning Venice. Okay, fair. Let's do this, and let's go for promote export, which is what we want to do. And of course, we do want that to actually happen. Change court language. Interesting. Make Latin church dialect our new court language. Serfdom support's not that bad. But we can wait. We can afford to wait. We have our CB ticking down here. We're going to go ahead and also grab a CB here once we have diplomats, which we do not. Seems for whatever reason that everything seems more difficult to try and spend for, like, in terms of diplomatic capacity, or for diplomats. But maybe I'm just crazy. I don't know. It feels like I'm getting fewer diplomats than I usually do. And that's because it is the case. I literally have not picked up the monthly diplomats. Oh, okay. Two peoples, one consiglio. We must choose which vision of Genoa we wish to build. One Genoa, one culture, where difference makes us stronger. Integration in Samos. Where is this? This is already integrated. I'm a little bit confused here. It is a core. Okay, well, I guess we're going to take the bottom option then. Of course. My old enemy, the embezzler trait. At least this time it's only minus 5%. I think they changed that. It used to be minus 10% tax efficiency. Absolutely brutal. It's almost like we're still playing the Athens campaign. Welcome back, embezzlers. Alright, this is pretty easy to take on. We'll do that. Did you give the burghers the development privilege? No, maybe I should. Also, trade monopolies. I don't know if I like that. Because, again, burghers' trade capacity, in this case, I think is additive. Let me just double check that. So if we go over here to our burghers. How do I check on them? Burghers. What is your trade capacity? We might have to go to markets and go to burghers trading. Trade capacity in the capital, 52.66. Yeah, so this is additive, the plus 100%. See, I don't really like having trade monopolies because this impact is very minimal. The more marketplaces you have, the less this actually matters. But it actually does affect our trade capacity in a crippling manner. Because the minus 25%, it is additive, but we just don't have that much, you know, being added to it. We don't have plus 500% trade capacity. We have like plus 40. So minus 25% kind of matters. So I would like to get rid of trade monopolies at some point. But I don't think that's going to happen for at least a little bit. Seems kind of costly to remove right now. $59 whole stability to revoke that. 59. Is it worth tanking my stability to get more trade capacity? It might be. It would make them upset, but they're pretty happy right now. You know what? Yeah, this is gonna hurt, but I don't want to have that on. I will give them something else, though. You can have... I do like market fairs. That's a really good one, actually. Ooh, shipwright contracts actually gives you progress towards naval. I don't think it used to do that. We have quite a few changes here. Toll and tariff exemptions. Treasury rights are still kind of okay. They might have changed this, but I don't remember. That's stronger or weaker than it used to be? I feel like it's weaker than it used to be. It's the same? Okay, never mind. Alright, never mind. Yeah, we'll pick that up too then. Because I actually do like them having that. So that should improve our trade income, let's say marginally. It's not going to be by very much. Or maybe the conditions in the markets change and we actually don't make any more money. Maybe. Okay, so this is the hour of reckoning here. Do we want to invade these guys? Is that going to make everybody upset? Maybe. That's kind of too bad. We're going to save, and then we are going to fabricate a CB on these guys. And then we have more wars to go to still. Like, we'll make a CB on that guy. We need to go to war with these guys at some point. Did you check the estate actions? I have not checked the estate actions. Ooh, emergency parliament. I will definitely not abuse that. Bribe the estate, ask for extra levies. That's pretty nice. I like how it's giving you an incentive to maybe tax the estates a little bit less. Because if you make them happier, or like give them more privileges so that you can actually use these. Yeah, probably leaning towards giving them more privileges. There's a stability interaction with the commoners. Really? Wow, that is busted. Only 20% estate satisfaction reduction? Only 20% to get 20 stability? That's a little bit busted, but it will make the commoners pretty upset. Well, who cares? They're already going to be upset if I do nothing. Yeah, I'm taking that. 20 stability? And then for the time being, you are going to appease the commoners. Okay, I'm not sure what these bars are. Oh, right, this is the composition bar. Levies versus regulars. That's really useful, actually, because normally what you'd have to do is hover over each army around you. Also, you don't need to join. You have to hover over the actual army and check, like, oh, what do you actually have in here? But now it's nice and easy to see. That is a welcome change. Yeah, we can check each of the estate interactions, actually. So what do we have here? Emergency grants. So they just give us money for 10% estate satisfaction. I will be abusing this. What else? Nothing crazy. Perform reduction is just destroying their buildings and getting a bit of money. They really, really don't like that. Clergy. Ooh. Hey. 15 Republican tradition for 15 estate satisfaction. Now hold on a second. We might be cooking with this one. I will definitely be abusing this too. And then you can give me diplomats, which is less helpful, but that's fine. They do give us extra levies. That can be helpful. Okay, I'm starting to take back my comments about the town rights, now that I'm really giving it a good thought. Yeah, I was about to say, I have the same opinion now, Ferocious Alloy. I think this is maybe going to make giving town rights actually viable. Having some way of getting more stability, more legitimacy without spending 15 trillion ducats. That's going to make it actually worth it to customize your cities. Because now it's not that hard to get more legitimacy and more stability. I'm sure the cooldown's going to be ridiculous on this, though. Only 5 years? Yo. Hold on a second. Only 5 years, you say? Interesting. Very interesting. You know what? We will build a warehouse as well. Things are really cheap. That's because of all the bonuses we've had here. Okay. Okay, that's cool. We will build a market warehouse, though. Because I'm pretty sure the larger your stockpile is, then the cheaper things can become. Maybe? So the target price is 0.33. Because... Oh no, they changed that, didn't they? It used to be based on the stockpile amount, but now it's based on actual supply and demand, I think. Okay, never mind. So maybe having a larger stockpile doesn't really do much other than allows you to take out of the stockpile for longer. Don't know how useful that is then. Need more masonry? That is true. I would like to take a look at what we have in this state. We don't have any clay or stone or anything. Alright, well, masonry, I'm going to build not in the main city. In fact, this fish area might be fine for that. One mason in there. We should win this, probably. And who knows, I might even take this too. It does border the capital. How bad is this? Not great. but it's probably fine. And for 5 years, yeah, 5 would be solid. I am wondering if... Well, when it comes to the clergy, they just have a whole bunch of satisfaction all the time. When you're playing, especially Catholic, because you just can't tax them. I'm wondering if maybe the estate satisfaction equilibrium is going to automatically balance out how often you can use that. Kind of like how in EU4 you can revoke land every 5 years. But every now and then you might get events that make your estates upset. And so maybe you have to wait like 6 years or like 7 years. Or just deal with the revolts. It's another option. Okay, Monferrato, I think I would like to take this one location. You do not want to give me this one location. Okay, well, I will just fully occupy your territory then. To be fair, that's also because clergy satisfaction is cracked. That's true, it is very good. Early game clergy satisfaction is really important for research. Okay, will you give up? Thank you. 20 whole antagonism. Maybe I shouldn't take this. For one location, 20 antagonism? No, that can't be right. I have to be reading this incorrectly. Only this menu would stand still for a second. No, I'm reading this incorrectly. I'm stupid. I'm giving... Or rather, I'm getting almost nothing with these guys. At most, what I'm getting is plus 20 with Montferrat themselves. The rest of Italy doesn't really care that much. Yeah, never mind. I'm taking this. I'm also taking war reps, because... Screw you. And then... Maybe get rid of your treaty with Parma. Because, again, screw you. And a humiliate for the love of the game. And yeah, maybe also do that. Actually, don't do that, because I will come back, and I will take more money from you. Okay, that works. And then from you, I'll be taking all of this. Does anybody care? Not particularly. Okay, good. Alright, Genoa is connected up. Lovely. Are the peasants trying to revolt? I don't think so, so we're going to go ahead and swap this off to integrating. And the same thing with you. Drop that down. Do this, and we need to spend more on the court. Good thing we have a lot of money. Maybe I'll make you slightly happier. Okay, I think that's good. And then we also want a CB to force you into my faction. You have a fort here? No. Okay, we don't need this spy network then. Actually, what is that burger right? What is that town right? Market charter, okay. Sure. Now, what else to build here? I guess we do have a bit of a queue going on. So we can wait for that. We're building up a little bit of masonry here. Presumably, we now have enough cloth to actually expand the navy a little bit, maybe? Oh, here we go. Construction of the Doge's Palace. Recent regime change in the superb Republic of Genoa as a new political system. Yeah, I mean, we'll build it. Why not? It seems literally free to build, which is kind of funny. So the Guelphs are starting to win a little bit. I don't like this. Hello, Emperor. I would like... I don't even know what I want, actually. An alliance wouldn't even mean that much. How strong are you? Not very. Diplo capacity could have another alliance. Yeah, let's see if they'll accept. Okay, never mind. That's cool. Kind of want the Guelphs to win if you want less AE invading Italy and unifying it. I think I'm willing to play the sort of campaign where we hold off on unifying Italy because kind of did that already a few months ago. So I think I would be happy to sit in the HRE with Imperial protection, very slowly expand into Italy, but mostly expand outside of Italy. We should figure out a way to invade the Byzantines, basically. I think we should take Constantinople. It's gonna be a second Latin Empire run. It might be. I just have to figure out how to make things profitable with the new economy changes. Because this is crazy expensive to expand. 117 for 1 ducat per month. It's going to take like 10 years for us to actually make back our investment here. But if we check the trade income in Zena, our 23 trade capacity is producing a total trade profit of 7.29. So for every 1 trade capacity that we have in our capital market here, well, think about it this way. We actually get an additional 65-ish%. So every marketplace we build is 1.65 trade capacity, kind of. But the ratio is still too small, I think. Or at least it's kind of comparable. It's probably worth it to keep on building marketplaces. I think Tunis just did flag parkour. Swapping between 2 rulers and 2 flags, okay. Have bits of Genoa in each market. That would be nice. We could pull a little Portugal moment. Just have a bunch of ports everywhere. Could also give you rights. What do I want to give you? Maybe nothing for now. There really isn't too much of a point. We'll hold back on that. If you have plausible country formation active, you can form the Kingdom of Africa. Really? Huh. You know what we can form? Sardinia. I'm not actually sure why, but I think it would be funny. Here, let's go ahead and actually build another galley. And then we should patrol the seas, basically like here. Actually get some, a little bit of maritime presence in here. Okay, we do now actually have some cloth. So we'll build a few more of these. How much to make the USA from Genoa? And then you become America? I don't know. I don't know about that one. That is my antagonism. Oh, this is a new flavor. Okay, how do I read this? So, green is me, obviously. The more blue you are, the chiller you are, I guess. And then you slowly turn from blue, which is chill, to sort of like yellowy, and then more orange, and then more red, I guess. Okay, I do think it's probably a better map mode already. Anyway, we're gonna take Arborea. And I don't think we have cores here, do we? No, okay. Oh, did I take this from Arborea? No, this is somebody else, okay. We're gonna go ahead, we have our claims, we're gonna declare war on Arborea. We will raise all of our naval levies, of course. We'll raise the regular levies. And we'll see what we can actually bring over. If you form the USA as an Italian culture, I feel you're obligated to make the capital New York. The funny thing is, it's also just a really good capital. Like, making Manhattan your capital is not even a bad idea. It has really good, what's it called? Harbor capacity. Just automatically, it's really solid to have your market there. Really decent as a capital. Anyway, sorry, I was not paying attention. So let's get these guys on the ships. We're gonna have... Okay, we're gonna have you in charge. Make it a naval governor? Here? I mean, I don't think we're gonna make this a naval governor. I think it's close enough, it'll probably be fine. Oh, nobody's employed here. Is that because we don't have enough promotion? Probably. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that was not particularly difficult. We'll take that. Does anybody actually care about this? Not really. Okay, perfect. Actually, is it worth vassalizing them instead? That's a good question. 19.95 to make a vassal versus 30.72 at most. Reasonably, we're looking at a difference from 48, 45, and 45 to... Okay, vassalization makes people more upset than annexation. Noted. We're gonna go ahead and just take stuff then. I don't know why taking stuff is cheaper. Maybe it's because conquering stuff is only considered when you're taking land, not subjugating. So the cost... Well, no, we have minus 25% subjugate cost as well. This is odd. Very odd. Why? Why is making a vassal more upsetting? One for that goes from being at 48 to 53. That's a pretty big jump. Base of 19.95. Base of 19.95. Really? And the base here is... less than 19.95? I don't feel like doing the math on this, but it feels like this is also very close to 20. I'm so confused. I don't even know what's going on. I guess we'll just take it. I should stop questioning this game and just go along with it. Sure. Taking stuff is cheaper. Why not? Alright, what does this do? Automation settings. Ooh. That's cool. Alright, we are going to probably release a subject here. The one that we just conquered. Well, actually, am I? Am I gonna do that? These are cores for us. Why? Why is this a core? I'm gonna give that a month. I don't trust that. Oh, you don't get antagonism on conquering claims. So because their cost was 0, okay. Maybe that makes sense. Trade conflict with Byzantium. I don't know if you want this. Okay, so we have these cores over here. I'm trying to figure out why we have them, though. Sardinian is discriminated against. Where did I get these cores? And why are these not cores? They're both Sardinian. Both Catholic. Both Sardinian. It's a change Paradox made? Conquering stuff auto gives cores? People are upset with losing cores whenever you conquer them / annexed vassals. So now there's a cooldown. Okay, but that still doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sorry, I just don't get it still. Because these aren't cores. These aren't cores, but they're Ligurian. But these are cores, but they're not Ligurian. I disagree with it too, but that was the Tinto Talk logic. Well, it's not even that I'm disagreeing with it, I genuinely don't understand what's happening here. Is it because if you have a claim on something, then it automatically becomes a core? Is this like a Victoria 3 situation where you have a claim on something and you take it, which is like a return state CB, and then it's automatically integrated when you take it? Is this kind of what's happening here? Because we had a claim on this and we took it, we get automatic integration? And we took this stuff up here, which we didn't have claims on, we just took it, so we don't get automatic integration. Claims are not EU4 claims, they're EU5 cores. Or sorry, they're EU4 cores. Wait, really? Hold on. So we have... I think we might just start with cores here. I don't know, I think we might actually just start with cores in this little portion of Sardinia. Because I'm looking over here to... This is like an Aragonese subject. And I never made a CB on these guys. Yeah, you do. Okay, so I just start with cores here. Oh. Okay, in that case, that makes a lot of sense. But I can also get claims in Aragon. Oh, right, because that's right here. No, that makes sense. Never mind. No, this all is beginning to make more sense now. So the reason I can't make claims CBs on these guys over here is because I don't have cores here. Okay, I thought for some reason they just added the EU4 claim CB to EU5 to make life easier. But no, the only reason we could use it against these guys is because we had cores here that I didn't know about. So we actually took these back and now they're our cores. Okay, that took me a really long time to figure out. Okay, that makes sense. So why are the burgers upset? What did I do to you? I don't know. Oh yeah, I took a privilege from you. That was the thing I did. Right, that little thing. Anyway, if I have cores here, then I would only want to release this as a subject. If I even want to do that. Yeah, I guess I should. And then I'll give it the rest of Sardinia, maybe. Because, yeah, the historical subject would be too large. Probably. So I will give you this. Then I keep this stuff. Alright, Age of Renaissance. Hey, we're only 2 hours into the stream, and we get to actually have the Age of Renaissance. Now, did they change any of these? Maximum government bonds. Okay. I'm not sure if I want the first or the second one. Probably not gonna go with military. I do like the admin focus for the literacy. And the proximity. And the stability. And the CB. Market attraction is alright. Trade maritime advantage, that could be useful. Privateers, maybe? Do they actually give me money when I hire privateers? I don't know. People rep, improve relations, subject income. Screw it. We'll take the Diplo focus. Well... yeah, screw it. We'll take Diplo focus. What's the goal of this run? Survive. Survive and make money. Privateers do give me money. Oh, here we go. The usual pirates of the Aegean Sea. Of course. I like how it's the only place at the start of the game that consistently has massive piracy. Who's even hiring these pirates? I don't know, there always just seem to be a lot. France versus England is going interesting. England does have a bit more of an advantage here. But it does make me a little bit afraid for a Giga England. Right, that makes sense. Our vassal joins the Ghibellines. We are kind of falling behind here, mostly because Naples is disgustingly powerful. Should make a spy network here. And how are we doing with proximity? That's still fairly decent. Okay, I might take more stuff in Italy, actually. Might just go ahead and invade pretty much all of the Guelphs. Everything near me. So that does actually include you two. Oh, what do you know? Professional armies! Huh, what a crazy coincidence. Oh, Sicily, did you join us? You did join us. That might actually turn the tides here. I have no idea how or who or why. How did anybody convince you to join? I have no idea, but that's cool with me. Maybe a ruler has to die and then they choose a new person? Maybe? They choose a new side? Anyway, I'm hoping Sicily turns the tide on this because the Guelphs are hardcore winning this. 0.07 monthly progress, we are at 0.06, okay. So Sicily did help us out a lot. Could actually pick up professional armies immediately. But I don't want to do that. I would like to become more innovative, but right, we're integrating things, of course. Look at the date, bro. Yeah, I know, it's cooked. We're gonna die. Oh, really small for Genoa? He says it's been literally less than 10 years. You're right, my bad. I should have world conquested by 1338. Upper Bavaria left the Ghibellines. How could you? But who's in charge now? Bohemia. We may be able to win this. Bohemia, please join the Ghibellines. Please, Bohemia. Bohemia, save me. Save me, Bohemia. But are you not the Emperor? Oh, there is no Emperor. With no conclusive vote, the Holy Roman Empire is without a leader. It's cooked. This might be devastating for the Ghibelline cause. Alright, buddy, I'm gonna need you to join our faction, please. Under threat of force. Army tradition doesn't even exist, who cares? You need to become the Emperor. I don't know, maybe. We might end up with that scenario where, oh no, our empire outside of the Holy Roman Empire is too large. People don't really respect our authority as the Emperor. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Never mind. Oh right, I'm also a republic. Forgot about that minor detail. Why does every ruler I assign to this army just die immediately? You think maybe we could not do that? There we go. Now we do have an emperor who is part of the Ghibellines. Please tell me that they count for swaying the power. I think we'll have to wait a month to check. Okay, so do we actually want to take this? I'm trying to figure out exactly what I could get away with. How bad is this? Okay, that might be a little too much. How bad is this? It is not excellent on its own. Okay, so... Force faction change, 0 antagonism? I might just do that for Malaspina. But the other guy I actually am going to annex. Do I care about this? It's marble, it's whatever. This is a town. I care a lot more about the town. Yeah, okay. So you are going to swap to my faction, you're going to pay me money and war reps, and humiliate for the love of the game. And that's cool. And then from you, I will just annex. Okay, now we do have more CBs to use. We would like to do a trade conflict against Byzantium. Because how strong even is Byzantium? 177 troops? 1 ship? Yeah, they're cooked. What would I even do with trade conflict, though? What is this CB even for? Just an excuse to declare war on Byzantium? It's an excuse to burn Constantinople and take money. worst CB ever. Unironically, it might be better to do a no CB. That is true. The stability and antagonism and war exhaustion hit to be able to take locations might actually be worth it. Bro thinks it's the 4th crusade. We're about to make it the 5th crusade. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. You get what I mean. We expect some Ambanar series in the near future, like Casnor or Rayaz. We have a few other things to get through before I make a big Ambanar campaign again. In an OCB Byzantium like it's EU4 start of the game. Do I have levies raised? I don't think so. I think the game is lying to me. What are we thinking, chat? We take a little trip to Constantinople? I'm thinking we might take a little trip. Visit the Basilius. Maybe. Who knows, might pick up a few more islands in the Aegean. Maybe pick up a little Constantinople. It's free. It pretty much is free. The Byzantines don't want you to know this, but Constantinople is actually free. You can just take it. You're right, the Ottomans actually will grab it. Yeah, that's true. Okay, we're gonna do it. No antagonism? Good. Not a big fan of that stability hit, but we'll take it. We'll take it on the chin. Unless we have real rebels, which we kind of do, maybe. But that's fine. Quick little no CB in Byzantium. Love that. I don't know why that no CB is so cheap. Like, genuinely, nobody cares. It's kind of funny. Actually, wait, maybe I'm dumb. Do I get another event to actually take Constantinople? We need to own Kaffa. I mean, my subject does. War of the Straits.
Money's not even
That's for
real,
Venice.
You busy with our NW Vinland coastal world conquest?
So true. That is very true, Rosset. Yeah, I've just been working on that for so long. It's really taken up a whole lot of my time. That's true. Thank you for the $2 super chat too. Yeah, I just want to see if we do have anything for taking Constantinople by any chance. But I don't think so. I think we only have content for if the Ottomans take Constantinople. We have the fall of Constantinople. Well, yeah, that's the one. If it's owned by the Ottomans. But we can't exactly rely on the Ottomans. No, of course not. We need to take the Bosporus ourselves to ensure that we have free passage to our colonies, our trade outposts over in the Black Sea. So naturally, we just need to take Constantinople, I think. Very reasonable, I'm pretty sure. And then maybe I should build a hospital too. That's kind of important. Maybe a second one if I get the money for it. I'm a little bit afraid that we're not going to be able to hold it against the Ottomans, though. So, first objective, I mean, it's going to be a show superiority. We could just drop troops on the capital to secure that. But... oh, here's what we should do. We should go straight over to here, drop troops off here. Hopefully, oh, there's definitely not enough food here. It's gonna be cooked, but hey, we'll pick up food from somewhere. You have food here? Not really? Okay. It might be cooked for food. Maybe I can ask somebody for food. Hey, Ottomans. No, you hate me. Hey, Serbia, do you want to give me food access, maybe? No? Okay. Athens. Yeah, you know what? Okay, they would give me food access. We'll take that. Ready for EU5 Anbanar? I'll help make an Anbanar mega campaign. I think they need to release the CK3 mod for that. But imagine, 2030, the Anbanar mega campaign would go crazy.
Money's not even real, actually.
Here is for the Constantinople war chest. Just take it and expand trade empire. Got to get to India somehow.
Thank you very much, Watcher, for the $5 super chat. Gotta get to India somehow, true. I think if we could just get a whole lot of people to dig a line through the desert, I think we can make that happen. Oh yeah, immediately we have no food because I kind of forgot to pick food up and then drop it off. My bad. There we go, we take that. So I need food. Where can I get food? Islands, subjects, vessels, anybody? Please give me food. That is taking a really long time to pick up food. Well, we're gonna have to drop it off. Just in time to not suffer any casualties. Beautiful. Okay, we're gonna gamble. Athens, do you actually have food to give me? We do have some food here, that's good. We're gonna cross. Okay, you actually would give me food, nice. So I feel like we're gonna need that. Oh boy, it's gonna be a long siege. Starting to realize in real time why people could not be bothered to siege Constantinople. Chat, I don't even know if it's worth it. I think we should probably go around and siege everything else, and then hopefully they just surrender on Constantinople. That's probably the better idea. I feel like we should be able to ask the Pope to give us a quick little, what do you call that? I guess just support to reestablish the Latin Empire. I think that would be cool. I think they should let us do that. I'm being a very good crusader right now. Just one more crusade, bro. Just one more. One more. Last crusade, I promise. This disease is still hanging around. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. It lingers in, small outbreaks in some places. That's not that crazy. Corbett, you showed the Latin Empire to class last week. Okay, listen. The difference this time is that I am exploiting this entire area for economic gain rather than trying to rule over it properly. That's different. I think His Holiness is currently a bit pissed at you for the whole the Emperor should have more authority than the Pope thing. Okay, but this should make him a little less pissed, I think. In fact, I should probably try to fix that. Let's, hold on. I don't think Verona's going to ally me. They are definitely not. Okay, so I don't actually care. Arborea, let's maybe also get rid of this. Maybe. I'm only improving relations with France because I want to build buildings in France. Trade offices. Did you raise more troops? Good, I need to kill them. Oh, we are never getting enough war score from battles. It's cooked. Hopefully they'll just surrender. Is this new Anbanar continent? Yeah, I think they modeled this new one after Canor. Made Canor 2. Although these guys don't seem to have much magic. I don't know why. If you want to siege the city of the world's desire, you need to be hydrated. I don't think we're sieging the city. I just don't think it's happening. Oh no, we're gonna get attrition. It's cooked. Oh, never mind. Alright, we've taken that. I am not sieging that, probably. Maybe I don't need Constantinople. I think I'm entering the stages of cope. I don't need Constantinople. I just need 1/2 of the Bosporus, right? So you stop giving me food access, I need that. Give it back. I need that still. No, didn't get there in time. If the Venetians get to take parts of Greece, then I think I should be allowed to take parts of Greece. Simple. Actually, what can I take? Obviously, we want at least this part of the Bosporus. I don't really care about that. I might take this. I like islands. Feeling awfully British today. I take this too. How expensive even is Constantinople to take? 30 whole war score. That's crazy. Just dominate the fort to surrender with magic. Real? Just need to get my, what spell book even is that? What is that? Enchantment, I think? Just need to get enchanting to level 2 or something. Okay, I should build a second hospital. Because my population is very concentrated. Or like, it's generally just a lot. A lot of population. It's not just the city, like even this has 50,000 pops. 1337, every single game, 50 million pops died of smallpox and typhus. I think the biggest problem... Actually don't know if this is true, but I'm gonna spitball for a second here. I feel like, at the start, plague resistance is not very high. And so the plagues run rampant until the resistance gets built up. And then it's not a big deal. But the problem is that I think populations need to have historical resistance numbers. It's already being looked at. Can someone actually send a link to that thread? In the meantime, I just have to reply to a message. Just found it in the general feedback link. Oh, did the link not actually send? Hold on. Nothing got held. Chat, do links work in my YouTube chat? Are they actually functioning? No hyperlink at least? Shoot. Why do they do this? Why does this not work? I think it was mostly to get rid of bot spam. Wait a second, I don't even have links blocked in YouTube chat. Okay, I genuinely have no idea what's wrong with that then. Let me check the Paradox forums. I'm sure I can find it somewhere. Somebody could also throw it into my Discord. That might be easier. Here we go, we got bug reports. I see this bug report, someone saying making 2,000 gold on the first day is Byzantium. Let's go. We got the eternal smallpox. Measles, malaria. I wouldn't actually be too upset about having like the eternal diseases. Just having like very latent background disease would be kind of... Not only would it be, you know, kind of neat in a weird way, but it would also make your hospitals more worthwhile as an investment. Instead of every disease being a massive plague, just having like a little bit of background disease. I might be fine with that, as long as it doesn't kill too many people. A Stellaris player will say that it lowers late game lag. True. Thank you very much for sending in the link, Salty Bummel. Let me take a look here. Don't know if it's a bug or just really bad luck. Disease killed around 30 million people within the first year. Right, so it is being looked at, sure. I think it might actually just be an issue with not having historical disease resistances built into the start date, which causes diseases to run very rampant at the start. A bunch of people die, it builds up resistances, and then the diseases kind of linger around. So they might just have to tweak the starts to give more disease resistance, maybe. country are you starting with? With 130 million people? If you play as Yuan, or maybe the Delhi Sultanate? I don't know how many people they start with. Oh, that's the world population is 130 million. Oh. Yeah, let's figure out how bad this is going to get. We'll play at least up to the end of the Black Death and see how bad it gets. Do we not have logistic distance all the way out here? Because that is not good. Can I move you here for logistics? Also, whenever I split troops, for some reason it appears to split them twice, which is kind of weird. Let's give these guys some food and they can move back over here. Let me try that again. So I hit H once. Yeah, it splits into 3 armies. That's so weird. Why does it do this? Press H. 3 armies. Why? Why 3 armies? Okay. I mean, it doesn't matter very much, it's just weird. Okay, what else are we doing in Italy? Nothing much for now. How are we doing with the situation? Not great. Actually, no, we are doing great. Because Bohemia is swaying this base tax enormously. Separates the flanks and the center. I mean, I feel like it shouldn't do that. This will split this unit in 2 as equal halves as possible, but it splits it into 3. I do not understand. And also, yeah, the Byzantines didn't have an army by the time we got here. I don't think this is going to be enough for them to surrender, but we'll step on Constantinople. %. Oh, let's try picking up this stuff actually. And then we'll come back. Oh, never mind. We're actually at as high as we're going to get for war score before they surrender. I think the problem is that we can't actually take the rest of this stuff. Like, we can't occupy everything, so maybe they won't surrender. Also, kind of hoping that the Ottomans don't just spontaneously decide to declare war, because they would take this and it would be very annoying. In fact, I've changed my mind. Oh shoot, we have no food. It seems like occupying anything at all just makes it so much more likely that everybody is going to start starving. Is the occupation really that brutal that nobody wants to make food anymore? Actually, yes. Minus 50% from occupation. Genuinely, it is that bad. That seems a little bit harsh. Minus 50% from occupation seems like too much. It's almost like the population themselves are enacting a scorched earth policy. Maybe this is why no one can take Constantinople. They always run out of food. I think I get it now. Is everybody actually starving in Constantinople? Yeah. I think they kind of are. Like, look at these. The top 5 are hardly gaining any pops, and the bottom 5 are losing a lot. So actually, everybody is just starving. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to this siege, guys. I really need them to surrender. Bribes have no place in our republic. I don't know. I feel like they absolutely do. Well, wait a second. Isn't it more so... It's much easier to get a lot of stability No, it's easier to get Republican tradition. Yeah, we'll just tank the Republican tradition. It's actually not even that bad to keep this low, because every 5 years, we get an extra 15. Yeah, the peasants give us 20 stab. I don't even know what to pick up at this point. A lot of the time I would go with the maximum RGO size immediately because that's a lot of money. But now it's so expensive to build RGOs, I don't even know. Maybe I'll take the stability investment. Diplo capacity's fine. And yeah, the commoners can give us 20 stability, but we need to wait a little bit. I feel like that's probably overtuned. It's a little bit too much stability. I'm really gonna need the Byzantines to surrender. Please. Please surrender. I mean, I don't have to take it. I guess. I don't need to. But I do need to, you know? I don't, but I do. Can't just go to war with the Byzantines and not take Constantinople. I mean, that's the grand prize. That's the entire reason we're here. And yet actually we're here to get past the toll. We're here so that we don't have to pay the sound toll. But it provides trade income to the controller of Constantinople. So even if we take the other side, it's not going to be enough. We need to take Constantinople so that we don't have to pay the toll. What laws do we have? Central Council, sure. Traditional distribution, the most cringe form of distribution of power? No way. We're either going to favor the ruler or probably the wealthy. Yeah, let's favor the wealthy. Screw it. We're gonna change our law by picking something up. Yeah, sure. And we can afford to wait. Yeah, the 19% does hurt, but I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Alright, our average control is now absolutely crippling as a modifier. Forgot about that. Right. Well, okay, yeah, the more the crown power, the better the trade income, that is true. But the more that we favor the wealthy, then the more money we can extract out of the burghers, and they also do trade for us. So while our number of trade income here might decrease, the trade income of the burghers might increase and replace the trade income in the tax value, maybe. That's a really big maybe. We do make a lot on trade income. But the tax is so low. Why is the tax even this low when we have this much trade income? I don't even know how we get to these numbers. Like, do the burghers just not trade? Are you guys broke or something? We're making 9.71 from trade. Yeah, they actually don't make that much trade. That's crazy. Okay, so maybe we don't favor the wealthy. Yeah, maybe we do take this. Anyway, Byzantium, please surrender. Please. What do I have to do to make you surrender? You have no troops. Maybe I do just have to sit here. W Byzantium just hiding behind the walls. I need them to not do this. I don't think they're gonna surrender, guys. Would you split the fleet to blockade as well? Kind of depends on how quickly we gather food. I don't know if that's a function of how many ships we have. I guess technically they only need to have food on the siege sticks. I think. Wait, have we been losing people here? We shouldn't be. Wait. This is each month. From a lack of food, that makes sense. That's only if I don't actually deliver food in time, but I think I've been delivering it on time, so... Weird. I think they'll surrender if you take Thessaloniki and then stand on Constantinople. Maybe. Problem is that this is also a siege, so I kind of wanted to just, you know... wanted to step on Constantinople and have them surrender. Maybe that won't work. It's not like we accumulated anything on that siege, it doesn't matter. But maybe I'll go and siege this stuff, and then... siege this, and then put a few people here, and then stand on this? I don't know. What influences the AI to capitulate? I wish I knew. I'm not actually sure. I'm pretty sure it's like they have no army, you've occupied all, if not almost all of the locations that they own, and you're standing on their capital, and I think it's just a mix of things. Yeah, these guys are cooked. Oh well. Might have something to do with war exhaustion, that is true. Their war exhaustion is very low. I mean, it definitely does force them to capitulate, but it's not the only way that they can capitulate. I'm thinking maybe I just stand on all of their forts. Free stability soon? True. How are these guys feeling about that? They're feeling fine. We do also need to pick something up. I am not changing the court language. Please stop asking. You're also not getting a tax exemption. Fine, you can have reduced levies, but I'm gonna wait 10 days to see if maybe I don't have to do that. Okay, fine. We're going to ask for a law change away from the traditional distribution of power. And we are going to favor the ruler, I think. The problem is, like, early game, crown power is so hard to get because control is so hard to get. And if you create a bunch of subjects, your crown power is also cooked because of the economic base from those subjects. It gets to a point where this amount decreases so dramatically that the plus 33% isn't even going to help that much. And to make up for the estate satisfaction equilibrium that we're going to tank, we also need to hand out more privileges, or tax less. But who wants to tax less? Whatever, we'll pick it up, whatever, it doesn't even matter. I mean, it kind of matters, but whatever. We favor the ruler, we get the crown power, and the estates are about to lose 7.5 total estate satisfaction equilibrium. It's pretty big. Okay, estates, what can I give you now that you're gonna be more upset? You know what? I'll just reduce your taxes. It's fine. Again, this also splits it into 3. Need food rights from somebody nearby. We'll take that. Please, Byzantium, please. Wait, you don't have anybody here. I can just take that. Isn't there automation for running fleet logistics? I would not trust that with even a singular troop's life. I would not trust the naval logistics at all. Like, let's see what's gonna happen here. Okay, what do you plan to do? Because if a month passes by and this takes even one tick of attrition, then the system is not useful to me right now. Like, it just doesn't have the same predictiveness that it needs to fulfill this. Because I know that on the 24th of July, I need to click this to get over here to make sure that they get food before the siege tick. Before the end of the month. So that they don't starve when the actual attrition tick happens. Please actually give this food out, thank you. Please distribute and gather this food. There we go. So now nobody's gonna starve. But I don't think the automatic system knows how to do that. Okay, this is now taken. Nice. And you have food. Congratulations. You know, for now. I'm pretty sure we've occupied almost everything that Byzantium owns besides their capital. In fact, I'm going to bring you over here just to occupy every other part of Byzantion. Please surrender, please Byzantium, please, please, this is so tedious. Byzantium, please, it's not worth it. It's not worth it, Byzantium. As the Gels and the Ghibellines, I think we are steadily winning just because Bohemia exists. Yeah, we're making double the monthly progress. I'm starting to wonder if they actually hard-coded the Byzantine AI to not surrender if they still hold Constantinople. You want the Ghibellines to win? Yeah, we're gonna Ghibelline max this run. You know, sometimes plans are measured in centuries, but ours are measured in the next, like, 6 years. And then after that, it's just whatever. So, we're gonna support the Ghibellines, and if that becomes a problem for us, darn, that sucks. What's the food situation now? Not good. Yeah, we'll take them. Patricians can cope and seethe, that's fine. Okay, so why are the burghers so upset? I think they're mostly separatists. No, they're in the capital. Oh, because it took away your burgher rights. It took away your town rights. Yeah, you'll be fine. Any day now, Byzantium. Whenever you feel like it. All I want for my birthday is a little resignation from the Basilius. Maybe a little capitulation of the country. There has to be some way to make them surrender. Can't you take food for your ships from the occupied locations? You'd think, but actually all of Byzantium is starving right now. The population has been declining because they don't have any food. Wow, we really cannot make that much stuff. Nothing profitable? Really? That should not be my employment system, it should be this. Nothing profitable? Okay, marketplaces, I guess. RGO times, maybe? Seems there may be some minor famine issues to address. Quite possibly. Also, hello, Saf. Please surrender. I don't want to just take everything except for the city. Please. Please surrender. Please. Just a little surrender, please. Just a little surrender. Constantinople does not have food. I have been shipping all of the food over. Ah, shoot, they ate it all. They ate it all. There's no more food for this army because they ate it all, these gluttons. Okay, I'm wondering if maybe I have to siege this too. Food access from Bulgaria? They do not like me very much. What if I offer you some things for free? You want military access? You can have that. Will you give me food access? No. Okay. Their opinion of me, I think, actually just went down when I did that. Okay. Okay, this army is cooked. They're gonna sit there and starve for a little bit. We can funnel some food over to this army here, but then we have no food for this army. It's a big mess. If I go into port, can I get food faster? No. You'd think that would be the case. Okay, well, they're just gonna take a bit of starvation. Enough food here for you guys? No, of course there isn't. Why would there be food? Why would people farm? At all? Why would they farm, actually? Why farm when you could starve to death? Is there even a way to actually get over to this? I don't think so. Show food map. You want to see the food map? Alright. Huh. Would you look at that? It actually overlaps 1-to-1 with every single location owned by Byzantium. Isn't that crazy? There's actually no food. There's none. There's zero food whatsoever. Genuinely no food. Every single person in Byzantium is starving to death. They are losing at least like 1,000 people per month. They have to be. Because these are just like the bottom 5 locations, and it already makes up 400-ish people? According to the Geneva Convention, you must provide food to the occupied territories? Okay, well, I don't think Geneva has much to say about it yet, so... Unfortunately, the population shall continue to starve. Tag into Byzantium and see the situation. It's gonna be exactly what you expect. It's gonna be as bad as you think it is. There we go. They're losing 1.6 thousand people per month. Oh, everyone's trying to move to here, which is the last location that has any food. Okay, so they're not dying. They're all fleeing to the one location that remains that still has any food. Oh my god, man. Is this why they haven't surrendered? I think because we haven't taken every single location, I think that's the reason they haven't surrendered. But I can't really make my way into here. I need the Ottomans to let me in. Actually, ask for military access for your side. Oh. Okay, that wasn't very hard. Alright, never mind. Whoa, not you. Stay on the siege, please. Thank you. EU5 has one-sided mill access? Yeah. And it is kind of annoying sometimes. Please don't starve. Thank you. Yeah, when the Black Death comes, there's going to be no one left in Byzantium for it. Let's go! Oh my god. I didn't think we could make it happen. We have never been so back. Okay, so what is the game plan here? What am I trying to take? Obviously, we're taking this straight. Clearly. Also, I'm gonna take maybe like everything on this side of the strait. Just cause. I don't know if I even care about this stuff in Greece. White piece, for sure. Full annex. We're not using the right CB for that. We could reasonably take maybe Maybe this stuff over here. The gold location? That's a good point. Yeah, we should take that. Maybe I don't care about these islands that much. Maybe I'll take this island. Okay, this half of the island, whatever. So this here, Constantinople, of course. We'll take the Straits. You have to take Lesbos? Which island even is that? This one? This one is Lesbos. Okay, maybe we don't need this. We'll create a little client state over here. Are you really Genoese if you don't care about islands? I kinda care about them, just not that much. This is not a very good peace deal, but we will take it. It was hard fought. This is so peak. I'm gonna save just in case I do something stupid. It happens. What's the little exclave in Anatolia? The place that we just had to take? Philadelphia? Yeah, we'll go with this. Oh, that's peak. That's so peak. Dissolve the Patriarchate. Sure. Sounds good. Alright, now, can I release the Latin Empire, please? I don't think I can, but... it's cooked. It's so over. No Latin Empire. It's over, Latin bros. Alright, we will release a vassal in Constantinople. And I will give it this. And then this subject can have... what do I have cores on? Not this. Okay. Subject can have this then. And then I want another subject over here. Megalopolis gives an additional 1,000 points in Diplo annexation. That's okay. I do not plan to actually own Constantinople for a very, very long time. Also, yeah, they are cooked. They are never integrating Constantinople. They are so cooked. 1649. Well, get to it. Get to it, lads. Time's a ticking. Okay, so let's not disband all levies yet. We now have our passage to the Black Sea completely open to us now. The Age of Discovery, they added a naval governor for everyone. Well, that's a little bit cooked. That's unfortunate. That is a shame. I don't really know how to play like a Merchant Republic though. Because don't I already get reduced annexation speed? Yeah, minus 25% speed of integration. That's without the cabinet action though? Wait, do we have passive integration? Is that just a thing that we have? Also, I do want to recruit more regulars. Armored horsemen in particular. Well, that's kind of expensive, maybe not. I don't know if I like that building sound. Feels kind of weird. Build up trade capacity and advantage by building outposts and offices. Right, so we've been improving relations with France to do that. Egypt is not going to let us build. But they do make a lot of money. Tunis, yeah, we both hate each other. Morocco, do you hate me? Yeah, you kind of hate me, okay. Maybe Aragon is money? They hate me too, that makes sense. Anglia. We'll give that a shot. Okay, the screen is now doing that weird flicker thing that it does, and it's kind of annoying me, so I'm going to save and probably... I think I have to restart the game to fix that. I don't know if that even shows up on stream. Maybe, maybe not. It's very subtle, but it is kind of annoying. It doesn't show up on stream? Okay, well... good for you guys, but it is actually driving me insane. Okay, I went back to the main menu, and it still happened on the main menu, and then it stopped. So I'm gonna load the game and see if that fixed it. Okay, so the flickering is actually happening when I'm loading the game, so I don't think that fixed it. Yeah, that did not fix it. Okay, that's pretty annoying. I'm gonna close and reopen the game. Yeah, I gotta restart the game for that one. It's such a weird bug to have. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Might be the monitor? No, I use this monitor all the time for many other kinds of games, and I can assure you, only EU5 does this. Unless it's something to do with this monitor and this game specifically, like some weird interaction, I don't think it's the monitor. Because when I boot up EU5, I don't have the problem. And then I play EU5 for like 2 hours, and now I have the problem. Okay, I actually am still kind of getting the flickering. I don't like that. I tab out of EU4, nothing else on my monitor flickers. Pull up Discord, no flickering. OBS, no flickering. Google Chrome, no flickering. How does this even happen? You fix your problem by turning off FreeSync. Maybe that'll do it. We looked at your GPU temp? If it's anything like my CPU temp, it's no higher than 60. Let me take a look. Let's see, GPU, what temperature are you running at? 53 degrees Celsius. I don't think that's going to be a problem. 53 degrees Celsius. CPU is running hotter than the GPU is, and it is also fine. Okay, well the problem isn't really there anymore. I mean, it kind of is, but it's very subtle. So, literally restarting the game fixes it. I don't even know how that works. Okay, that's cool. For some reason, escape doesn't work on all these menus anymore. Like, it works here. Escape. Escape, escape, but not this one. How did this happen? I do not have any mods installed, actually. Or, like, enabled right now. EU5 is so insane, it's like, okay, you're not using a lot of my CPU or GPU or temp, like, why are there problems? Yeah, why do I have, why are the ticks slow on the month, like the month ticks? You're not even using that much CPU. Who knows? Did NVIDIA update drivers? I did actually update my drivers for Subnautica 2, so I don't know if that would have done anything. Maybe. $13.57, that can't be right. I don't think I realized just how long it was going to take to integrate stuff. Oh yeah, we are at minus 75%. Okay, yeah, so the Merchant Republic thing is kind of crippling. I should probably change my law. Which one? Oh, maybe I don't have it. Oh shoot, I'm not a monarchy. Uh-oh. Yeah, I actually don't have the integration speed bonus. Because I'm not a monarchy. You know what? I think we should have the Greeks like us more. I think that's a great idea. It's also almost 1347. I'm a little bit afraid of the Black Death. Okay, here's the deal, chat. If we lose over half of our population from this, I'm probably going to Alt F4. And wait until they rework how diseases work. I did build quite a few hospitals. I did build 3 of them. Surely we should be okay. Surely. Surely. Of course, we still have a little bit of smallpox roaming around, as it does. We love some smallpox. Okay, it's spreading a little bit. I actually do have to leave soon as well. I'm just realizing now that I did tell my friend that I would go and check out a new card store that popped up near us. Because usually we go to one that's kind of far away if we want to pick up like Magic the Gathering cards. So having one nearby is hopefully going to be a lot more helpful. So we don't have to drive like 15-20 minutes. How bad could it be? Can I build any more hospitals? I don't think so. No, okay. You know what, we'll just speed 5 this and see how bad it is, and then after that I'm going to end the stream. I'm realizing just now how bad my time constraints are. Let's see if we can actually get the burgers to be much happier. Well, no matter what, you only go up by 0.24, so we'll set this to 60. I think it's 60 to isolate cities, right? To isolate urban centers. It's 80? Nah, you gotta be kidding me. $80. Shoot, okay. You guys can have... I don't really want to give you road rights for the land progress, that's kind of cringe. You can have market fairs, that's a good one, I like that one. And then when the time comes, we'll give them maybe like a bribe or something. Because I can pay you 160 for 10 satisfaction. Wouldn't it be really funny if it just doesn't spread? Wouldn't that be super funny, chat? Wait, what if it actually just doesn't spread? Never mind, I take it back. What's the green thing between the two rats? That's the imperial diet. I'm actually the only person who has not voted yet. There we go. Or, sorry, it's the imperial diet. Shoot, patricians will just have to cope, actually. Me when no Black Death? See, we're totally safe, guys. Nothing to worry about. Nothing at all is gonna happen. It has now reached our vassal. But trust me, nothing at all is going to happen. We'll be fine. Fuck. Where is that? Oh, it's in the capital. Yeah, no, that makes sense. How bad could that be? How much is it in the capital? .01% presence. It's fine. It's just 0.01%. Nothing bad could possibly happen, guys. Actually, I don't even think it matters if we turn off trade because our merchants are going to trade for us. Yeah, we can't even isolate the country. It's 75, by the way, for the burgers, not 80, which is good. We can't even ban imports and exports. Like, we can't do anything. How bad could it be? 0.01%? That's not even real. Okay, 0.02%? That's fine. It's just a little bit. And we have 20% resistance. Somehow. Okay, it's now 0.06%. It's getting a little bit worrying at this point. It's getting a little bit concerning. It's just a little flu, that's true. Just a small flu. I'm not going to press these buttons until I'm sure that we can actually not have to press them a second time. Unless they fixed that. I feel like they didn't. I'm going to wait until it gets to like at least 1%. Okay, it's looking kind of bad right now. What if we just protect Europe from the Black Death by isolating it? Oh, it's in Stockholm, it's cooked. $3 million dead already. It's so cooked. It's over. It's getting pretty close to 1%, chat. Okay, maybe we click the buttons now. I think maybe that's a good idea. We actually could theoretically build pest houses. We could probably afford it. Nah, we're just gonna do this. It's simpler, it's easier, it's not as expensive. We do want to present scapegoats. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. And then we're going to isolate the country. No, we're not. We're going to isolate cities. Any urban location in the Genoa. Well, we do have an urban location in the Genoa, so I'm not really sure what it's asking me here. Build another hospital? I wish I could. Right, this is not good. Actually, this is fantastic. 15 commoners estate satisfaction for 7 stability. And then we get to go over here to the commoners, and for 20 estate satisfaction, we get 20 stability. So I think I'm okay with that. And then we get to go over to the clergy and say, hey, we want more Republican tradition. Would you do that for me, please? Thank you, clergy. We're gonna do that too. Make the burgers happier. Actually, do I have an integration thing here? Diplo annexation. Not quite the same thing. Is this a new song? I don't remember this. Maybe not, I don't know. Anyway, how are we doing? 2.7%. Does it need to have a higher percentage? Does it need to have like at least 30% presence? Kinda need Diplo annexation? Well, I mean, maybe. Yeah, especially since it turns out it takes absolutely forever to integrate anything. Maybe we do. %. Okay, hold on. Right, so we just need to make the burgers happier. I will give you a bribe for that. Yeah, we'll do that. Actually, isn't this a little bit too strong? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Bribe the estate. We lose 160 ducats, the burgers get 160, and they get 10 estate satisfaction. Request emergency grant. 10 estate satisfaction for 302. Now, I'm no mathematician, but I feel like this might not be what they intended. Okay, well, you guys can have that. Here's your little bribe. Okay, now we need to isolate the cities. Actual infinite money glitch. I don't actually care about the court, to be honest. Close enough, welcome back, burger loans. Now we go over to the burgers after bribing them and we say... Wait, is there a cooldown on this? Wait. Wait. Okay, we bribe and then we request the emergency grant? Ah, okay. There's a cooldown on it. Okay, fine. Thanks for the free money, though. What does that do? Oh, I don't really care. Okay, I think we're in it now. Decreases with the treasury the burgers hold. Should reopen trade? Should we? Should we reopen trade right now? I mean, I guess it couldn't get any worse. Or rather, it's already going to get worse. Screw it. Put the trade back on. If I'm having the Black Death, everybody gets to have the Black Death. It's already over for us, now you all have to deal with it too. Yes, now it can spread more. 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 It's already looking pretty bad. How many people have we lost? 135,000? Rookie numbers. Gotta get those numbers up. More. Hasn't hit Germany enough. More. I think we could have more. More plague. More. I think we could do more. I actually haven't even lost that many pops. I might be able to get out of this with like 30% pops lost. That's fine. Actually, do we have like a disease resistance thing here? I don't think so. Okay, let me reply to a text real quick. Yeah, we're actually not even affected that badly. Okay, well, now I feel like I've been wasting time, because I've just been sitting here doing nothing. We'll expand the Silk RGO, I guess. Yeah, that actually wasn't even that bad. Huh. Okay, now how about the rest of Europe? Yeah, we lost 100 and let's call it 150-ish thousand to the Black Death. We also lost 50,000 to smallpox at the start. But 150,000 from the Black Death when we had a population of like 530,000. That's not even that bad. That's actually kind of fine. Huh. Okay. How bad was it for the Golden Horde? Crippling. Okay, lovely. So that was like 33% of the population. What about in Muscovy? Okay, that's pretty bad for them. They lost about half of their population. What about you? Almost half your population. Okay, so some countries are losing half their pops. Oof. You hate to see it. It's not even over for France either. They're just cooked. That is unfortunate. Okay, I'm just gonna let this play out, just to see what happens to France by the end. And then we are actually probably going to end the stream. Foundation of Bastia. I don't know where this is, but you know what? Over here? Yeah, you can be a town, that's fine. A castle, though? Well, we'll take the town, I guess. Oh, dear God. Rest in peace, the French economy. You will be missed. Absolutely brutal. That is unfortunate. Rest in peace, the English tax base. So that's got to be at least 45% of the French population. Impressive. Now let's see Anglia's numbers. Okay, solid third already gone. Very nice. What about Sweden? Okay, only like a third gone. That's not that bad. What about Kiev? Gotta be like a solid 40% maybe? Nice, very nice. Maybe 30%. Okay, we are gonna put a little pause into things for now, because I do actually have to leave, unfortunately. So we're gonna call it here, and then I may or may not also do a stream tomorrow. We'll see about that. And it may or may not be the 1.3 beta. Who knows if we really want to continue the campaign with the world as, I mean, dead as it is, like literally deceased. Weren't you gonna go like 30 minutes ago? I was gonna go like 20 minutes ago, and I do have to go now, so. Saving the game. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. It is an abrupt end of stream, I'm not even gonna raid anybody because I don't really have time to do that. We're just we're gonna call it for today. Yeah. And I'll be back tomorrow with something. Maybe the Victoria 3 campaign that we were playing, the Japan one. We'll see about that. But yeah, that's all we have time for today. I'll see you guys when I do, and have a wonderful rest of your evening. Good night, and bye bit.